Hi, Holly. I just realized my mic was not muted. Hello. Did you change your username? I don't recognize your name, but it says you've... Oh, I was gonna say I'm gonna guess that's Missia, and then I clicked on your... And then I clicked on your name and saw it was your profile picture. Hi, Missia. How are you? Both of you. I just realized it's been 8 minutes already, so... Let me do my model setup really quick and get to game. Ah. Oh, right, the controller disconnected for some reason. I also forgot to turn off notifications. Also, the cards aren't talking, it's basically like... The premise of the game is it's sort of like a tabletop RPG campaign where there's a DM describing everything to you. So he's playing the role of a lot of the characters on the cards, so he's the voice of cards. Yeah, he's just a voice, you never actually see him. But the first one of these games was really good. They released 3 within a year. So I'm only just now getting to the second one. These games are directed by Yoko Taro, but they are not written by Yoko Taro, except the third one is written by Yoko Taro. Only the third one is. But the rest are just directed by him and written by someone else.
Ah, I bid you welcome. I shall be your game master for this tale. It is a pleasure to have you. Now then, just like this, I will be using cards to draw you into the world of this story. From time to time, you may be presented with choices like this. That's correct. It doesn't mean anything, but still, could you? You're following along with all this, I trust? Moving on, I believe your experience of the story will be shaped in no small part by my narration. As such, I hope you'll have rather more fun keeping the sound on while you play. That said, rest assured that the game remains enjoyable without sound. My words will be subtitled just as they are now.
Unless you disable the subtitles. Which I'm not going to, because I like having them anyway, and especially for stream as an
With the
accessibility
formalities
thing.
sorted, We're all ready to begin the game. My.
Hello, Cal,
Yeah, you can hear the sound of the waves. Oh,
and
how
thank you for the
very
head packer
evocative.
game.
Now then, let's begin our tale.
I hope you're doing well.
Allow me to welcome you to the world of Voice of Cards. You're about to step into the shoes of the hero of this tale as he sets forth on a grand adventure.
As far as I can tell, these games also have completely disconnected settings and stories. From what I can tell, this one seems to
Said
be...
adventure takes place in a remote part of the sea, in which ancient traditions are alive and well. You will touch the hearts of many who dwell in this place as you journey to change fate's promise of untold ruin. I believe in you. I believe your journey will be a success.
As far as I can tell, this one's premise is a lot more around, like, different islands for the different locations.
And on that note,
The different
it
major
is time for
areas, I
that
mean.
journey to begin.
It's still
May the waves
mostly
see you safely
on
across the
cards,
tides.
though, so I don't think it's gonna be that big of a difference from the first game. Granted, I didn't stream the first game, but
Our story begins in a secluded grotto. The sound of the waves echoes
I
softly
also...
across the rock walls. A solitary young man stands in front of a ship floating in the water. Brush in hand, he busies himself painting the vessel. Once he finishes his work, he decides to carve his name into the side of the hull.
I also might
A finishing
play
touch.
with the, character
You carve your name
portraits
in
set
small
to
lettering
pixel
into
art,
the ship.
at least for part of the game. But I'm gonna
This
start
young
with the
lad is the
default
hero of our tale,
appearances,
and your window into the
at
world.
least. So,
You're a navigator without a ship, and your soul yearns to set out upon the ocean blue for your own reasons. You have spent a great deal of time repairing the wrecked ship before you, in the hopes of crafting a partner aboard which you might sail the high seas. The sound of a wooden box tumbling to the ground rips through the grotto. You heave a deep sigh and decide to head over to the source of the racket.
I also... Yes, I know how to move. I have played one of these games before. There are two ways to move. You can just move the camera and select a card and move all the way there. On the overworld, that is really busted because it rolls the encounter chance every time you move, but moving multiple spaces at once still only counts as one move.
The source of the
Assuming
noise
they didn't
turns out
change
to be a
that.
young girl. It looks as though she has knocked over a wooden box, packed with shipbuilding supplies, and is in quite a panic about it. The girl's name is Laddie. You came across her some
Laddie.
time ago, collapsed on a beach. You attempted to bring her to a nearby village, but she was quite opposed to the idea for some reason. As such, she has been helping you repair the ship here. You're not quite sure how to respond to her knocking the box over.
Sometimes you can pull on a card a little bit without actually selecting it, but it is not very clear about where the actually choosing that option comes up. Most of the time, these choices aren't super important,
It's okay,
though,
you say in a
so it's
gentle,
not a huge
reassuring
deal
tone.
either way.
Laddie's worried expression melted. You move to leave
I
the
didn't
grotto.
mean to cut him off there,
saying,
sorry.
I'm going to the village to get some food. Laddie waves goodbye, her forlorn smile seeing you off. The young woman has lost her ability to speak. Neither of you have any knowledge of how she ended up in her situation, and you spend many quiet hours together in the grotto. The scent of the sea and a sense of isolation hang heavy in the air. The island is bound for ruin and has had its name since before any can really recall. This is Omega Isle. You take a deep breath.
What do you want to bet?
Set out for the nearby Omega Village.
The last area in the game is going to be called Alpha something. Oh.
Beyond the pier, the ocean sprawls out in all directions, beckoning you to adventure. You have arrived near the entrance of the village. You spy a shadow skulking about in the midst of a thicket. The shadows fall away to reveal a small monster. It's unusual to see one this close to the village. It might be
This is
cute,
the slime
but
of
it's
this
still a
game.
monster
It's a sea bunny.
and a threat. You must slay the beast
You
before
have
it
to
can
kill
cause
it.
trouble or worse
This
in
is the
village.
basic enemy. Also, hi Fa. Hi Cinnamon. Did I mention these games are directed by Yoko Taro? They are still generally more upbeat because they are not written by him. I have heard that the third one is suitably depressing because that one is written by him. And that man cannot write happy stories even if he tries. I got it on sale for like $15. I was not about to pay $40 for it though, off sale. As much as I liked the first one. The island isn't even Omega shaped. It's just a diamond, a rhombus.
Gorgeous flower beds burst with blossoms that will one day wilt and wither away, much like Omega Village itself. This is a village that has accepted its fate to be but a moment in time, destined to fade. An island in want of a maiden shall fall, he mutters, to no one in particular.
Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get the man card in the compendium.
This might be the last time I see this flower bed, the boy says, gazing forlornly at the flowers. I wish I got to be the maiden.
There
the girl
are
says
side
mournfully,
quests.
dressed head to toe in
Assuming-
maiden garb, and clearly pretending to be such.
Assuming this works the same way as the first game, there are side quests, but getting the true ending requires doing all of them anyway. The first game had like 12 of them
A
total.
lone woman diligently cleans the grounds of the Maiden Shrine. The windows are closed.
And
It's
some
too
of them were
dark to see
literally
much
just
inside.
go back to the first village with a
All
key
sound seems
after
to
you
fall
get a
away.
specific key. So, these games are pretty chill and casual, laid back.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
It's not very hard at all. Not sell. Yeah, I don't even have any equipment that I can sell.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
Do you have any resistance rings? Nope. Might be at the item shop. Yes, I know how to play the game. I would be very surprised
How
if
may I
anything
help you? The
changed
proprietor
much
inquires.
between this game and the first one, considering this came out like 4 months after the first one. No accessories. Oh, I should probably... Getting through dungeons most of the time is not really... Or getting out of dungeons most of the time is not really an issue. Because of the same thing that I mentioned
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
at the beginning, where you can just move all the way across the map in one movement. But some of the dungeons do limit your visibility
How
and
may I help
movement
you? The
range.
proprietor
So,
inquires.
for those... Oh, here's accessories. For some of them, I am going to... Oh, these are too expensive for what I've got now.
Will that be all? The proprietor asks.
Some of them I am going to want to
You stop in at the mayor's house and
have
discover
an
that he
escape
already
item
has
for.
a guest. The two are engaged in discussion. You listen in and learn that they are troubled by monsters that have appeared near the village and have been devouring precious stores of food. The villager sighs deeply. I suppose it's about the end for the village, they say flatly before departing the mayor's home. The man left standing in the room has a certain sagacity about him. He notices
Also-
you waiting and inclines his head in greeting.
I really like this game's art style. This series, I mean.
His name is Grief. As the village's mayor, he spends his days
I like
dealing
the
with all manner of happenings around
slightly sketchy, like, not as polished. That's not
He
the
looks
right
to be
word.
at a loss over the damage being caused by the monsters. It would likely be a simple matter for you to deal with the beasts.
It's not as clean as most anime art styles are,
You offer to deal with the monsters,
but it
in
works
exchange
really
for some
well.
food. And Grief replies with his thanks. You're always a big help. This is part of your daily routine. You work to sort out the village's troubles
Hi, Uni.
in order to procure
Uni
food
cute.
to eat. A monster has appeared before you. It holds what's left of a piece of fruit in its teeth, and its mouth moves restlessly. With a sigh, you mutter,
Time to kill more
"Let's
sea
get
bunnies.
this over with then." And ready your weapon.
Yeah, I know. I've played an RPG before. And I did mean to mention, these games do play a lot. They aren't really card games. It's just a turn-based RPG. It's displayed using a card aesthetic. Like, there's no shuffling cards or anything. You always have access to all of your options.
Congrats. With practice skill.
That does remind me, I do really want to play more of Slay the Spire.
The monster's throat. Merciless. Perfect aim. It would appear that you are quite accustomed to killing. You wipe the blood off your weapon. As you do, you notice a shadow in the distance.
I've never heard of that.
Another monster, perhaps? Silently, you creep up on the shadow and bring your blade down on it with practiced speed. But the shadow nimbly evades your strike and runs off. Whatever the shadow was, it was taken back by your unexpected
That sounds really
assault.
interesting, actually.
It looks like it ran off in the direction of the spire near the village.
I mean, you could ask Emmy about that too. She'd say the same thing. Okay. One of the things I do wish this game didn't do.
Fight him off.
In dungeons, the card grid is perfectly aligned, but in the overworld and in towns, it's perfectly aligned. The cards are perfectly aligned with each other, but in the overworld, the card grid is slightly offset every other column. So if you try to use the D-pad, it doesn't always go to the one you want it to go to when you press left or right. But I'm really used to using the D-pad. There is no reason to not use air thrust yet. I know, I have played it. I have played an RPG before. I get that this game is meant to be very casual. So they do want to make sure they explain it for people who might not be used to stuff like this, but I do know how to play RPGs. Okay, now there's a reason to use something other than air thrust. Oh, okay, right. I couldn't remember how many skills you can actually have in your equipped skill set. Because it has been over a year since I played the first game. Oh yeah, these games would actually be really good as, like, someone's first RPG.
Said to have been erected to protect the island. Yet with the villagers having accepted ruination, it now stands forlorn, an edifice without a purpose.
I don't know.
This place, so named for the spirits themselves, is one that the villagers do not enter. Despite this, you say to yourself, I have to get rid of the monster, and decide to profane the place with your presence.
I don't know that it would be a good first RPG for someone younger because, like, even though the stories, at least the story in the first one, was less depressing, there was still some, it was mostly in the, compendium and on the, like, no. Let me open the... Or the collection, sorry. It's mostly on the... reverse sides of the... character collection cards. Because there is extra story here that's just really just flavor text, but the first game included stuff like someone climbing up a tree to look to peek in his sister's window, and a meat shop butcher killing someone and serving them as meat. Yeah. They are more upbeat than most of Yoko Taro's games, but that is not hard to do. That's fair. Most of the time they're not outright really fucked up, though, in Pokemon. Oh yeah, this one being like... She just wants to be grown up already, and then you turn it over and her parents are dead. The monster ones also have... reverse sides. I think most of the shop owner reverse sides are not unlocked until you get, like, half or more of the... Oh, fun. I did say most of the time. Off of the guy... Okay, sure.
There are some words etched into the door, but they are weathered and difficult to read. Worried though you are about whatever the words might say, you nonetheless try pushing the handle.
I did also remember when I mentioned that...
The door groans open.
When I remembered and mentioned that the monster collection also has reverse sides and, like, short story text, I did remember that the reverse side of this, one of the slime ones in the first game, mentions there's a slime named Booby. Booby. I think that was on the Slimes collection card. There was a slime in the game named that.
The monster you had countered earlier. Your insight that it had taken refuge in the spire has proven a good one. The shadow notices your presence and flies off at blinding speed.
Let me see if I can find it. I know I took a screenshot of it. Yep, here it is. Where is my browser source for pulling up images? Oh, I've heard of the Puff Puff stuff in Dragon Quest. Yeah, here. Mr. Flobby comes from a real big family. There's his sister Plobby, his brother Blebby, and his nephew Booby. Sadly, none of them are with us any longer. Booby is dead.
You can't help but admire the rapid escape. Though it looks like you're back to chasing after a shadow.
Okay, I am not gonna spend forever filling out the entire map in this dungeon. I know there's nothing here. I did play a tiny bit into this game just to test it, even though I've already played the first one. I know there's nothing here, though. Other than story cutscenes.
You survey your surroundings, relying on the shafts of sunlight filtering in through the windows. However, you're unable to see the monster from where you are.
I don't think enemies can appear here
In the back
either.
of a large hall, there is an altar, which evinces a sense of deep mystery. The altar is wrought of a strange kind of stone, its surface polished smooth. It looks as though it's meant for use in some important ritual. You approach the altar to check that there are no places for monsters to hide themselves away inside it.
Yeah. You just reminded me. I don't know if you are familiar with Lobocorp Cinnamon, but that game is Korean, so it goes by Korean age rating standards, and it says it's meant for ages 15 and up. A game that is very SCP in content and lore.
In reply to the mysterious and unidentifiable voice that suddenly rent the silence, you ask in a sharp tone, "Who's there?"
I think it's Korean anyway. It's somewhere Asian. An Asian game.
You
I
strain
can
your
words.
ears, trying to make out the broken snippets of words echoing off the chamber walls. After speaking a word that rings familiar to your ears, Laddie, the voice becomes impossible to hear. It cannot be. Could you truly have heard the voice of the spirit from the Maiden's myth passed down on the island? All signs of the monster you were in pursuit of seem to have vanished. For the time being, you decide to return to the village and report your success.
I've played one SCP game, and I can't remember what it was called. But it was a free-to-play multiplayer one. I'm not that into SCP stuff in general, I was just playing it with my friends.
Home sweet home. You lay yourself down and close your eyes.
Oh, okay. Like, SCP is the type of thing that I would like if I could get into it, and I get why people do enjoy it. It's just kind of intimidating to get into after it's gotten a lot of content already.
When you arrive at the mayor's house, there is a young visitor already there. She looks to be making an impassioned request of Grieth. In a wearied voice, Grieth replies, "There is no longer any maiden in our village." Admonished, the girl leaves the house with disappointment written across her expression. You inform the mayor that you've taken care of the monsters around town. As thanks for completing the job, the mayor hands you a basket of fruit. Oh, good, you think to yourself. Another day, another basket of fruit.
No. Yeah, I know, game. Is there any way to turn off tutorials? Wait, can I not? There's no settings menu at all when you're actually in game? Do you really have to go to the title screen to change any settings? Touchpad doesn't even do anything. I swear, you didn't have to go back to the title screen to change settings in the first one. Oh wait, I didn't know there were zoom options. Whack. I am going to... Oh, I can't quit at all. Oh, options, there it is. Touchpad when you're on the pause menu. No, there's no way to disable the... the tutorials.
re-enter the grotto and announce your return. On a normal day, Laddie would already have zipped over to greet you. But today, nothing. You walk over to Laddie and discover that she is sound asleep. Life in the grotto is not one of creature comforts. Rather, a fair few inconveniences. You've tried several times to bring Laddie to the village, but she was adamantly opposed on every occasion. You sometimes catch glimpses of her face while she sleeps. Always it is contorted in anguish, as though she is in the throes of a terrible nightmare. You notice a bulky book lying open next to Laddie, filled with carefully drawn words and images. It seems to be some kind of picture book that Laddie made herself.
It
You
does.
know,
It
I
kind of looks
confess,
like a
I am a
sweatshirt
bit
in general,
curious.
with the really baggy sleeves. It's just really baggy in general, actually.
You can't help but feel like you ought to refrain. But
Wow.
in the
I
end,
try to
you
be a.
cannot
I
overcome
try
your
to respect
curiosity.
someone's
You
privacy, and
decide
the
to take a
game
look
makes me
at the picture
anyway.
book.
Granted, the main characters in the main character in the
Beside
first
evocative
game.
images of deep forests and towering mountain ranges, Laddie has written a story patterned after the Maiden's myth.
The main character in the first game very much had set personality and writing. It's not like you're playing
The
your
picture
own
book
character.
story is set in a small village replete with nature. The village enjoys the promise of peace and tranquility, thanks to the young woman born to be the Maiden. The Maiden goes before the altar to perform a ritual, which invokes the power of a great spirit to protect the village. You look over the artwork, a spitting recreation of the altar you saw in the spire, and think back on the mysterious voice. The voice claimed it was a spirit, and you're certain it spoke Laddie's name. You were so caught up in the thoughts racing through your head that you failed to notice Laddie had awakened. Laddie seems embarrassed that you've seen her book. Tears prick the corners of her eyes.
I kind of wish there were joke names like that for the other main characters in the other Souls games.
If Laddie were indeed the Maiden, it would be no exaggeration to call her the very light of hope, a protective force
None
that
of
could
the other
save the
Souls games
island from
have
its
your main
encroaching
character
ruin.
repeatedly touching things while touching things constantly goes wrong. Or really any similar sort of thing.
With faint expectation tightening your chest, you consider taking her to the altar in the spire. You've given Laddie some of the fruit you brought back. She dreamily stuffs some of it into her mouth. Maybe she likes it. You hope so.
I'm trying to think.
Your stomach rumbles as you watch her. And together, the two of
I
you
can't
enjoy
really
a light meal.
think of anything like that with any of the other games. The other games don't tend to use a consistent method of getting you places or involved in boss fights or anything. I was gonna say something about touching the painting to get to the painted world, but then I remembered the same thing
You take
happens to
Laddie
the
with
Ashen
you
one
and
in Dark
return to
Souls
the
3.
spire. As you approach the entrance of the spire, the staff that Laddie clutches close begins to emit a faint light. Seeing the mysterious light, you are convinced Laddie has a deep connection to the spire. Her expression uneasy. Laddie takes hold of your sleeve with a tentative touch.
Ashen one needs to learn to stop fucking
You
touching
stand
things.
before the altar once more, bathed in an air of mysticism. The light emitting from Laddie's staff intensifies, as if indicating its destination. In response to the enigmatic voice, Laddie's staff exudes a dazzling light.
I don't know how the main character in this game did not put together that the only person on the island
A
that is not
spirit
in the
appears
village
right
might
before
be
your
the
eyes.
maiden that the village is missing. Maybe.
Well, maybe it's a spirit? It's some kind of strange stuffed animal. The stuffed toy seems to be affecting a voice of considerable gravitas and choking itself in the process. This creature is called Lack. Though you cannot be certain it speaks the truth, it claims to be a spirit. You approach, hoping to ask about the maiden. But with blinding speed, Lack zooms behind Laddie, putting her between you as a shield. You're the one from before, Lack says, quaking. It would appear that you're mistaking the creature for a monster, and doggedly chasing after it has made it rather afraid of you.
Understandable. What can you use to make amends? A sword! As if approaching it with a sword is gonna make things clear.
You hold out an offer of reconciliation, and Lack takes it and immediately starts munching away. Between bites, it says, "You've got some good taste there." You're not really sure if the make good worked out, but in any event, Lack looks willing to listen to you now. You ask
That
about the
I
maiden
did
once
just
more.
remember I've been meaning to ask
Lack
you what
begins
level
to
you do
talk,
PvP
all
at,
along.
Cinnamon.
It seems to enjoy doing so. Just as the maiden's myth handed down amongst the denizens of the island suggests, it explains, Laddie was indeed born to be the maiden here. However, she was unable to take up her role. This has caused no small amount of distress over the island's inevitable destiny to sink beneath the raging waves. Lack concludes with a proposal. How's about you go and meet with the other maidens and fetch the maiden's relics? As you had hoped, Laddie appears to be the key to the island's salvation. This island is not the only one home to a spirit. There are islands throughout this archipelago.
That is much lower than I was
and
expecting.
upon each dwells one of the 4 maidens who govern their own spirit. The self-proclaimed spirit explains that if you bring the maiden's relics that each of these maidens possess back to this spire, Laddie will be able to become a maiden herself. Laddie shows the staff in her hand, wearing an expression that seems to say, "This is a maiden's relic."
was wondering because one of my other friends had asked me a long time ago if I wanted to do PvP with them, so I finally have gotten around to planning and starting another character. But I planned that character for level 120.
You ask, should we kill the maidens and steal the relics? Laddie shakes her head.
Yeah, just jump
as if
straight to
insist
murder.
That you definitely should not.
Alrighty, Fa. Thank you for coming.
As Lack explains, each maiden has an attendant, an escort, and protector. This would make it difficult to take the relics by brute force.
I mean, we could just kill them too. But also, knowing how Drakengard 3 went, I'm not sure I like this setup.
If Laddie becomes a maiden and performs the maiden's ritual at the altar, the island can be saved. The world-changing immensity of what you have just learned echoes in your mind. It takes you a little while to fully digest it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it does just so happen you've been readying a seaworthy vessel for your own purposes. You accept Lack's proposal to help Laddie become a maiden.
I'm gonna guess Laddie...
So, you want me to poof you back?
I mean, it
to
would
the
take me
entrance?
2 moves to do that myself, but yeah.
You decide to make for the spire's exit.
I'm gonna guess Lottie is... healer, yeah. And Lack, I have no clue what he's gonna be. The monster animal companion in the first game was sort of your tank,
Accompanied
but...
by your new allies, you make to enter the village. But Laddie seems to find something about this idea disagreeable and clings to a tree nearby, refusing to budge. Oh, I got this one, says Lack, evidently with some kind of plan in mind. The fluffy creature begins to chant a sort of mysterious spell. Suddenly, Laddie's face is transformed into that of an odd old man's.
Okay.
Laddie touches her transformed visage and then gives a thumbs up, perhaps as if to say, "Good job, you are a god." But Laddie looks sideways at you as she walks into the village, her identity now safely hidden.
Okay. Sure.
This is your home. A desk pushed up near the wall is adorned with an unfurled map and a scattering
Don't.
of books.
Don't question it. Yeah, I wasn't.
The navigation map is of your own design and depicts the various islands in this region of the sea. It contains information on the maidens of those nearby islands, culled meticulously from books and the tales
Okay,
of passing travelers.
I'm starting to wonder now because the game just said that the main character was making the boat for their own purposes, and they apparently are looking for the other maidens.
Before all of this,
What
you
do
would
they
found
have
yourself
to do
unable
with
to merely
them?
sit and watch the village's decline, and so planned a voyage to seek aid from the maidens
Oh,
of the
okay.
other islands.
Mm-hmm.
After popping into the back room, you emerge with a carefully polished ship's wheel and present it to your companions. It is the final piece of the ship you restored at the grotto. With it, you will finally be able to set sail on the voyage you have dreamed of for so long. You have made ready for the voyage, but before you set sail, you decide to stop in at the mayor's to say your farewells. Greeth's eyes fall over the unfamiliar face behind you. And who do we have here?
My
You
girlfriend.
respond. A traveler, weary from a long journey. Greeth looks upon her with changing
I
the
did
subject.
not mean to cut him
You
off.
explain to the mayor that you'll be leaving the village for a little while on a voyage to save the island. You felt sure that the mayor, with his love of the village, would see you off with a smile. And yet the moment you explain that you found a maiden who can save the island, his attitude changes like the fickle sea winds, and he voices opposition to your journey. This island is destined to meet its end, he says. You can practically sense him digging his feet in. You cannot fathom why he, the mayor of the village, would believe something
The
like
mayor's
that.
gonna be the villain.
Though each of you hold the island in your hearts, you cannot reconcile the difference of opinion. Like lovers going their separate ways after an acrimonious spat, it looks as though you will be setting out on bad terms. You believe that your desire to save the island will prove to be the right perspective.
I get the feeling that it is not, in fact, going to be the right perspective. There's gonna be some plot twist. Okay, yeah, also that, but... I still feel like there's gonna be some kind of plot twist that because fucking fantasy storytelling, it's gonna be like, this is the island's fate and it has to happen this way for some reason, and the main character is gonna be like, fuck that, I'll find some way around it, and then you do.
Your ship, your trusted companion, once a mere wrecked husk that you labored to bring
I'll
back
find a way to
life
make both of them
with
happen.
months of sweat and toil. You climb up to the stern, and with every bit of care you can muster, you attach the wheel. The final stroke upon the canvas. At last, your ship is finished. The vessel's design is patterned after a great whale. There are a number of mismatched parts, but that particular quirk only makes you love it all the more. As you look over your handiwork, you realize that your companion on this upcoming journey will need a name. What would a fitting name be, you ponder? Lack answers, Lack, the great and powerful. You elect to ignore him. Laddie tears a page from her book and then scribbles a name down on it. In her small handwriting is written, The Bon Vent. According to Lack, the words are a kind of prayer in the language of the spirits for safe passage when bidding one farewell on a long journey. A farewell said before long journeys. The words could make a fitting appellation for your ship. You're unsure of just how much you ought to trust Lack, or his skill with words. But nonetheless, decide to go with Laddie's
even if it gave
suggestion.
me a choice to, I was gonna go with it.
Together, you load up the Bon Bon
I
with
do
the
kind of wish
necessary
it would
provisions.
give you the choice
Preparations for your departure are now finished.
to decide after you know what her suggestion is.
You throw your hands upon the ship's wheel and shout, "Weigh anchor with gusto. Your voyage has begun."
Also, I'm sorry if you can hear my roommate's friends. Because they're being a little loud. A little bit. It doesn't seem to be picking up much, but figured I should say something just in case. There's autosaves. I appreciate the reminder, though.
Though your ship had long since forgotten the taste of seawater, it nonetheless cuts through the waves like a fillet knife through fresh fish. It is your first sea voyage. Laddie's eyes glitter as she looks out at the horizon, stretching ever onward over the endless blue expanse. She opens up your homemade navigation map, checking the locations of the islands where the other maidens live. On the island to the south of here lives a beauteous maiden garbed in azure robes, as though the sky itself is wrapped around her. After closing up the map, you grasp the wheel like a familiar old friend and tell the ship where you'd like to go. You now have free reign
I
to sail
still,
across the sea as you see fit.
knowing how
New tales await you when you put into port on an island where a maiden dwells.
I still don't know how I feel about the setup with how Drakengard 3 went, even though this game is not written by Yoko Taro. He is still the creative director. And the director in general, but... I forgot there are also random events.
You spot something blown into the sky from a whale's spout. It looks like it might fall this way, but it's hard to make out with the sun behind it. You hurriedly draw your sword and strike the falling object. It turns out it was a fish, but now it's two.
Damn.
Both halves hit the water and disappear below the waves. Nope. Stop right there. You can't cross reef cards. You discover a shipwreck. You climb
Yeah,
aboard and
looting.
begin searching for anything useful.
Oh, okay. I'll take a resistance ring.
When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
I took its water resistance ring and then it sunk into the sea when it was doing perfectly fine before.
Ah, The Great Open Sea. Huzzah! And
What the
fight.
fuck is that? Oh, a crit. The crit animation was just throw another rock at it. So I was gonna mention earlier when I mentioned that there was no reason to use anything other than airstrike at the time. The gems that act basically as mana for your skills, those are shared by all of your party members. And you get one on every turn. Every time one of your party members starts a turn.
Don't hold back.
It's not even weak. That was a lot of damage for not being weak to it. Oh, that one doesn't use your stats at all. It's just roll for the damage. Okay. I forget some of the cards don't care about your stats at all. If it does not say plus attack or plus defense or anything like that, it only cares about the dice roll. I remember that now, and I remember Tri Attack not being particularly useful. Actually, Tri Attack might also ignore enemy defenses. I will have to test that later.
You cross the sea and arrive at the South Isle.
Actually, it'd be kind of stupid,
On the
kind of
South
busted
Isle,
if it
you
ignored
will
defenses.
hear the tale of a maiden in blue. Very well then. Prepare to go ashore.
This one does seem to be less linear, but like it's still
Bright rays of sunlight beam down
giving
onto
you
the
a
warm
suggested
South
direction. I assume though if
Something
you
about
just
the place reminds you of the refreshing cool of the ocean.
I assume if you just ignore the suggested direction and go somewhere else, you can do one of the other ones first. I don't think the game said how many maidens there are.
After weighing anchor and docking your ship at the pier, you go ashore. Utterly exhausted from hours at the helm, you stretch your legs for a moment, then open up your map. Once you have your heading, you and the others make for the village of Coveton in the south. Okay, now let's go.
Everything is weak to lightning. Everything is weak to lightning. Sea slug. Sea hare, not bunny, hare. This one was in the other game. I think these mushrooms were too. This version of the furballs were not, though. And these enemies weren't either. It's just a wasp. Okay. I was gonna say, it reminded me more of a bee than a moth. But it's supposed to be a wasp. I guess. Not I guess, that is what it is. That is what it says it is. Oh man, Stellas are back. Wasps.
Don't hold back.
Goblin. I think goblins were weak to wind. Yeah, they were. Oh, I should also mention, if I'm remembering the first game correctly. Oh, that's just a passive. Oh, that's a heal and... okay. If I'm remembering the first game correctly, you only get 3 active party members. And I'm assuming that's... no, it looks like there's space for a 4th. I might just be remembering wrong. Yeah, you can only have 1 ability. Oh, no. No, you can... all of your abilities are always active, I'm pretty sure. Oh.
Okay, hold up. So hot, you grumble, as you use your shirt to fan yourself.
No, the first game definitely only let you have 3 active members at a time.
Wondering how Laddie is holding up, you turn and see her squeezing a blue ball of fluff tightly. She begins to rub her cheek against it. From the elated look in her eyes, you can only guess how cooling it must feel. But the sight sends shivers down your spine. Laddie, that's a monster, you shout, readying your weapon.
I also don't know if I ever noticed that all of the cards have the Roman numeral 4 at the top of them. Why did that have a boss intro? Oh, why does that have... oh, I forgot about this one too. Some fights, usually boss fights, have random effects every turn. They can be positive or negative. I was wondering why it has the boss banner and intro, but then I saw it has 40 HP. This game also only uses D6s and D10s. Kind of like Cyberpunk 2020. Cyberpunk 2020 only uses D6s and D10s. Granted, Shadowrun only uses D6s because it uses the hits system. Which I think the only other tabletop RPG that I know of that uses that system is the World of Darkness ones. Like Vampire the Masquerade and I can't remember any of the other RPGs in that series. The only one I know of is Vampire because that's the only one people care about. Oh, I should have put the water resistance ring on someone. Hey. Okay, how many of these are there gonna be?
This must be a Stela of the
Stela,
Isle's
not
guardian
Stella.
spirit.
I'm pretty sure they said they called it Stella in the first game, but I might be wrong. Oh, those don't actually do anything here. I was not expecting that. They usually had puzzles related to them. Skeleton. I do not remember what you guys were weak to. Poke. I just realized Lax's basic attack is just called Poke. Ow.
Congrats.
Bruh. Event.
You come across an open-air stall. A sign reads, "Goods bought here." As you peer into the stall, its proprietress calls out to you. "This is an exchange shop. We'll pay good money for whatever you have. But this determines the price," she continues, revealing the die in her hand.
I'm not blinking. V2 Studio, I'm not blinking. Oh. Ah. If I wanted to sell anything like this, I'd just do it when I know what the...
It seems she's finished buying for the day. The proprietress begins closing up shop, and you go on your way. You spy a parcel on the roadside. As you pick it up, you are enveloped in a wonderful aroma. Inspecting the parcel, you read its intended destination was Coveton. You know not its contents, but will you complete its delivery? You decide to deliver it on your way and tuck the parcel into your bag. A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode. The bizarre rock transformed into a
I
gold
was
rock.
not expecting to get a gold rock on my first roll. I'll take it, though. Those usually turn into an enemy with its element determined by the dice roll, but if you roll a 6, you just get money. Okay, that seems like...
A monster appears. Its nose is twitching as it sniffs the air. Its gaze fixed on your bag.
Oh no.
The aroma from the parcel you're carrying must have drawn it near. You'll have no choice but to fight it off.
You guys are weak to thunder, I'm pretty sure. Or lightning. Yeah, everything is weak to lightning. The mochis are getting themselves stabbed.
Good work.
This looks like this is gonna be a dungeon used
You
for the
should
main
deliver the
story,
parcel to
so...
Coveton before it draws any other monsters.
Adorable and carefree though they appear, these beloved creatures have a staggering number of natural predators that keep them locked in a fierce fight for survival. They are, however, exceedingly difficult to digest. Should they be eaten, they can gnaw their way out of their predators' stomachs. Holy shit. Also, why are their predators eating them whole? I told you the flip side stories for a lot of them are really like nothing is as it seems.
The gentle lapping of waves fills the air. Coveton seems like a peaceful place, far removed from conflict. As you enter the village, you're greeted by an unusual sight. A paper doll flitters about like a bird above a man's hand.
A man's hand. The accent that came in the middle of that line.
The man sees your curious gazes and explains that he animates it with a magic charm. He claims that all the villagers use such spells to enrich their lives. At your straightforward question, the man appears to be at a loss for words. Now, where could she be? He murmurs. Though the maiden isn't here now, you know for certain that one lives in the village. You thank the man, then resume your search for the maiden.
Okay, I'm going to assume the ends in this game are still free. Oh, they got...
innkeeper's eyes light up in surprise and delight. Well, well, well. To what do I owe the honor of a visit from the son of the Fortune Tellers Alliance chairman, she asks. She clearly has you confused with someone else. But on the plus side, she is extremely happy to see you. So happy, in fact, she waives the fee for your room.
They're still making all of the ends free and giving weird, like, plot contrivance reasons for why. They are always pretty amusing, though, and also they kept the old innkeeper art. She's very pretty.
The party leaves the inn feeling rested. Having arrived in Coveton, a woman asks you, "Are you the postman?" You shake your head no. She says she's been waiting forever at the village entrance for a delivery. Her eyes light up when you show her the parcel you picked up. "That's what I've been waiting for." It seems the parcel contained an exotic perfume she ordered. But the scent of this perfume attracts monsters. Is it really safe to hand it over to her?
I doubt she's leaving the village, and it is hers.
You hand her the parcel, explaining how dangerous this perfume is. But she is too overjoyed to notice your words.
I wonder what would happen if you didn't wander around
jig
with
in celebration of her
the bag.
long-awaited perfume. She hands you a gratuity for carrying it all this way.
Holy shit. That also does remind me I forgot to equip the water resistance ring. Game parlor.
This is the game parlor.
Okay, this is
Come
the
play
same.
cards, the boy at reception calls.
This is the same card art that they had in the first game. I think this is the same game that was in the first one. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same one. Although I don't remember having to discard everything except for one. Oh, I know, yeah, this is how this worked in the first one. It's just been a year. I do wish this would go a little bit faster. Either way, I only get 6 points. But doing it this way, I leave only a 2 in the pot instead of a 3. And then points are just based on the face value of the card. So Yeah, if I had left the 3 in there, he would have been able to get 6 points from that. This is also a card counting game. There are only so many of each number in the deck. I think it's... Yeah, there's 4 of each, because they also have suits, even though the suits don't come into play at all. At least, not in any of the variants that were in the original game. Yeah, let's play one game. One actual game. Yeah, give me the ace and the 3. Okay. Oh, he only needs to draw 6 to get... 21 points. Ooh. Well, he no longer only needs a 6 to get 21 points. What? What? Y your cards are face up. He can see what I have. What? This is worth 15. That's 12. I think there's only 1 6 left. Dude, what are you doing? There's also 1 7 left as well. 14 isn't gonna give me any more points. He can't make anything with the 7. I'm gonna make this, and then I'm gonna discard it. Just so he can't get the points from it. Don't draw the 6, please. There's a 1 in 3 chance that you do. Okay. Cool. There's no more 8s. There's no more 7s. There's no more 6s. I think the only thing in my hand that he would be able to use is the 4. Yeah. That doesn't even give you any more points. Yeah. Granted, neither with the 4. I'm probably gonna do the rest of those games off stream,
Not
though.
bad. The boy praises
You do get
proffering a gift in commemoration.
You do
of your
get
first
cosmetics for doing all of the variants, but I'm not doing those right now. That is an off-stream thing. I have so much money. That's a new one. Also, she has status effect resistance rings. And they're all 900. Granted, I have enough for 3 of them, but... I would be very surprised if anything this early in the game was gonna have Bind or Curse. The just damage type resistance ones were only 250. Or they might have been... No, they wouldn't have been 250 if Ring of Protection is 300. They weren't 900, though. Bruh. I only have... Honestly, I think I'd rather have the, Oh, that's gonna reduce her speed by 2. Yeah. I think I'd rather just have the status effect rings. Oh, I only need 2. Oh. Black can't equip. I only need 1. Black does not use equipment at all, apparently. I think I am gonna buy 2 of them anyway, though. I'm gonna guess the crystal caverns are gonna have freeze. Based solely on they look vaguely similar. Ice and crystals.
The village gets so lively when the maiden is here, the man mutters, his brow furrowed with worry.
Oh. Okay, I just got both the normal one and the flip side there immediately.
The old woman stares intently into a crystal ball. Not ready to show me, are you? She mumbles at it. She tells you she first used magic when she divined who she would marry, nigh on 50 years ago. You can't help but admire her dedication to the craft. The woman sighs. That maiden's gone gallivanting again today. Despite being tasked with protecting the village, it seems she has quite the infamous reputation.
All of them. All of the flip side stories. Oh no!
The village may be
This art is
for its
back.
magic charms, but the tasty fish caught here aren't half bad either.
The fishermen are still... Okay. The item salesman, I think. I'll go back over there and check before I actually say anything. Muscle Man. Yeah, this guy in the first game was also a art used for certain fishermen, and all of the fishermen in the first game were bodybuilders. Including that one.
Face contorted in concentration.
Yes, he's fucking
the young
back
boy
in.
deftly folds a piece of paper into the shape of a bird. You ask him about the maiden. I saw her at the Maiden Shrine, he says, as he tosses the paper bird into the air. Wonder of wonders, the paper bird flaps its wings and flies about, showing you where the
I
Maiden
saw it
Shrine
already,
is.
thank you. Thank you. Okay, that one's actually kind of wholesome. I mean, he is lying about how he does things, but he's not using, like, he's not faking his magic for evil or crime. He's just helping people. Damn. I think yeah, I got this one already. I had that one already. That one I had already. I, that's not what I was expecting. Hi, Emmy. Oh. How Emmy. Also Emmy cute.
At the heart of the shrine, you see a young woman and man discussing something in earnest. The woman's name is Fila. She is, without a doubt, the maiden shouldering the Isle's fate. The man's name is Hyde. He is the maiden's wise
Why
attendant.
is he so attractive?
Excuse me. I need to speak with the maiden, you say, interjecting yourself into their conversation. Fila whirls to you and asks, which do you think is cuter? Though you're baffled by the sudden and unrelated question, she doesn't miss a beat and shows you a seashell in each of her hands. Caught in the moment, you mumble an unexpected answer beneath your breath. You quickly realize your mistake and look around when... Oh my, Fila remarks bashfully. Hyde simply gives a in response. Laddie looks off into the distance, her lips pursed as if whistling, though no sound comes out. Lack, annoyed for some reason, seems on the verge of rebuking you. Apparently, the maiden and her attendant had wagered on which shell was cuter. You had heard about the Azure Maiden from the villagers, but now you see for yourself that she's quite the free-spirited woman. You explain to them why you've come, and ask if Fila will lend you her Maiden's relic. Despite knowing the circumstances, Hyde tells you that things just aren't that simple.
Yeah, what a surprise.
You roll up your sleeves and
I was
prepare
worried
to
that
take
that's
a bite.
what with actions was gonna mean, but...
I'll let you borrow it if you help me find the pirate's treasure, Fila says. She explains that there are rumors
Wow, what a
of pirate
surprise. The
treasure
crystal cave I
hidden
found
within the
earlier
crystal
was
cave
related to the main story.
southeast of the village.
Like I said it
Pirates,
was
you
probably
heard.
gonna be. There was only
Think
one
about it
dungeon
for a
on the
moment.
island. It's not
But
like
with
that
little
was
other
hard to
choice,
guess.
you agree to help. You never change, sighs Hyde. But Fila pays him no mind as she prepares to embark on the
Also,
adventure.
little other choice. As you were about to beat the shit out of him. Oh. No. I can skip that tutorial at least. Immunity to paralysis and freeze. So, I'm glad I bought paralysis and freeze resistance rings. Because I'm guessing that skill would not be there if it was not relevant to this dungeon. Okay. I'm guessing the card art has the both of them on the sides because it's going to be like a attack together. Support attacks were not in the first game,
All
so
right. Things have taken a very
I'm not entirely
lively
sure
turn,
how this is
haven't
gonna
they?
work out. We start at level 3. Yes, you are.
The Crystal Cave teems with the stones that give it its name. They say the intermittent echo of water droplets is the sound of more crystals forming.
Hi, Toasty, and thank you for the care package and head pad redeem. How is the toaster?
Your party and Fila have become fast friends on the road to the cave. Though Laddie seems somewhat nervous to finally have a female friend her age,
Female.
she looks happy nonetheless. The loose-lipped Fila tells you all sorts of details about her life, including the fact that
I'm
she
starting to
and Hyde
get
lovers.
more flashbacks to Drakengard 3.
Hyde seems on edge about her blasé divulgences. You give him a pat on the shoulder, quietly sympathizing with him.
For more context, Emmy, the setup of the story is you need to get help from all of the maidens, and all of the maidens also have someone with them with that helps them with their maiden shit. And also, this is a game directed by Yoko Taro. I'm pretty sure it is only rated teen. But yeah, it's only rated T for teen. Mild suggestive content. Oh, do you know anything about 3? The good ones, and you're including... You're including 2? Granted, Drakengard 1 is not a good game either, but it is a good story. Hi, Joe. The Drakengard 3 rhythm game boss is a reference to the Drakengard 1 rhythm game boss. It's the final boss of both games. It's also the same character. Yeah. Oh, okay, sure. Oh, yeah, I should mention that the boss being the same one in Drakengard 1 is only in ending D, which was intended to be a joke ending, but then they made it the one that Nier is a spin-off from. And then since Nier was already making that one just the canon one, they reused that ending for the prequel in Drakengard 3 for the canon ending. Well, no, technically the canon ending of Drakengard 3 is in a fucking book because they did that twice before finally putting ending E in the game in Automata, and then putting ending E in the game in the Replicant remaster. And ending E just wasn't a thing for Drakengard 1, it was ending D. That was canon. Oh yeah, Emmy, you came just in time for the next enemy type to be the sea bunnies. They are still just called sea hares, but they are just sea bunnies. It's spelled hare like H-A-R-E, like bunny. They're just sea bunnies. Sea bunnies are very cute. Oh, I need to show you... This game... The Voice of Cards games, the first 2 are not written by Yoko Taro, just directed by him. So they are generally more upbeat, less depressing. They put all the depressing stuff in the flip side stories that you don't have to look at and aren't super important to the main story.
Vice, you dumbass! Start making sense, you
Sense,
rotten book, or
rotten
you're
book,
gonna be
you're gonna be
sorry.
sorry.
Maybe I'll rip your pages out one by one. Or maybe I'll put you in the goddamn furnace.
furnace.
How can someone with such a big smart brain get hypnotized like a little bitch, huh?
huh?
Oh, Shadow Lord, I love you, Shadow Lord. Come over here and give Vice a big sloppy kiss, Shadow Lord. Now pull your head out of your goddamn ass and start fucking helping.
I forgot it still gets cut off. I need to fix that. So, only, Mina's the only other person that's done that. It's only happened once, so I forgot it gets cut off. I'm sorry. But the flip side story for this one is funny. Actually, most of the ones that we have gotten already of the flips side, or flipped over the second half of the stories, most of them have actually been surprisingly normal or wholesome. Some of them have still been pretty depressing.
You come across a large boulder. You aren't sure where it fell from, but some of it is submerged in the waterway and is obstructing the water's flow.
Oh, I should also mention the third game in the series is, in part, written by Yoko Taro, and it visually, like, the curse... I hate that. I was completely confused by what that was for a second, and then I remembered I have the cursed note as a sound redeem. That's the first note of the final boss rhythm segment in Drakengard 3, ending D. High logic. The third game in this series is written partly by Yoko Taro, and it's like its aesthetic is still in this art style, but more similar to like Nier Automata. And from what I've seen online, is also very depressing. Because Yoko Taro cannot write happy stories even if he wants to. Nier Automata was not intended to be as sad. It is more hopeful than Nier 1 is when you get to ending E and the post-credits scene, but it is also still super depressing and kind of fucked up because Yoko Taro.
The five of you rally together, then push, and... The boulder.
Please go
sinks
eat,
into the
Emmy.
water, stopping its flow completely. It looks like you have a new path to tread now.
And Logic, the...
Fila hugs Hyde in her excitement. He blushes in embarrassment and reminds her that others
It's
are
a
watching.
hug.
At their public display of affection, Laddie covers her face with her hands, but peeks at them through her fingers.
I don't think anybody's gonna care. It's just a hug. The setup for the story so far has reminded me more of Drakengard 3, which makes me
Fight him off.
a little bit worried for where this is gonna go. But... Damn. Okay. I do wish it would tell you what the die that was used. Because a roll of 3 or more could be a 1 and or a 2 and 3 or a 3 and 10. Or 7, sorry. 2 and 3. A 66% chance or a 70% chance. No, 3 or more would be 80% chance on a d10. On a d6, it would be 66. Yeah. This game only uses d6s and d10s. And you're fine, Cinnamon. Oh my god. Immunity to curse? Maybe there are gonna be enemies that have curse this early in the game if I'm getting immunity to curse on one of my party members this early.
Don't hold back.
Oh no. These sea hares are about to get fucking obliterated. Oh my god. Oh no, the tri-attack might ignore defenses because the dark damage did. It just said deal 10 damage and it did. I should mention the attacks that do damage based on stats are at least a little bit randomized. The ones that just, like, say do a set amount of damage usually just do that damage regardless. No damage range or anything.
And fight.
Not weak to water. Okay. 10. It did 10. It didn't take in... It did not do anything with their defense. So that does make that actually kind of useful. Bruh. You could at least attack the one that heals automatically after a fight. The ranges for skills are not usually like enough to actually really like it's usually only a few points range, like 1 or 2
Don't hold back.
on each, like 1 to 2 above or below, I mean. It doesn't usually actually affect anything because the range is so small. Thank you, Cinnamon. Oh, honey. Actually remember to stretch for once with the redeem. Bunny? Oh boy. Oh, those were not weak to lightning. Oh. Well. It just killed. Oh. That's a little bit busted. I don't think you'd be able to use that on Bind, because Bind usually stops... I'm used to menus being on triangle in JRPGs that aren't Souls games. Or character action. I'm used to triangle being menu on turn-based JRPGs. I'm not sure you'd be able to use it for freeze either. Maybe not paralyze. Unsure. I'm surprised how many party members have set equipment in this game. Because none of them did in the first one. I'm pretty sure it would have just died with a normal attack, but I wanted to make sure that it did. I don't think attacks can miss in this. Oh, okay.
And fight.
Oh no, Holy is a damage type, I'm pretty sure. So skeletons would be weak to that. I'm gonna guess they're resistant to dark. Or it might have just been light damage, not specifically holy. But it didn't say resistant, but that might just be because that one does fixed damage. I'm surprised skeletons are not immune to poison, considering they don't have any organs to poison. But, you know. If you're getting poison into the bone marrow, I think the skeleton has bigger problems.
And fight. Magnificent.
Sea bunnies are not resistant to water. Sea bunnies are not resistant to water. How? Why? I don't know. I don't have an answer.
You discover a chest in the cavern depths. Your allies rummage through its contents, but don't find anything resembling pirate treasure.
There was nothing of use.
Just as you're about to open the chest, Fila interjects. I didn't tell you, but they say the treasure is protected by the pirate's ghost, she admits with a tremble in her voice. Laddie's face goes pale, and she squeezes Lack in her arms. The poor thing looks like it's in pain. I'm just kidding, Fila says cheerfully. But then, who goes there? A voice echoes through the cavern. My treasure.
They really...
Mine.
They really put two chests right next to each other, and one of them was completely empty, and the other one was the important one.
You sense a dangerous aura in the shadow of the chest. and immediately prepare for battle.
I bet you the first one you check is always gonna be the empty one, too. Or the one that didn't have anything useful in it. Cool, I didn't need it. Ah. Bruh. Resists water. What a surprise. Yeah, I know, thanks. Ouch. Ouch. That was cool.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, I didn't buy any antidotes. Oh, attacks can miss. Wow. I just want to look. I just want to look at people's values, okay? Why is there no button for that? Nothing. No button. Okay, 11? Okay, yeah, it does ignore defenses.
Magnificent.
Hey, it finally worked. That's gonna do 1 point, yeah. Ow. Roommates. There's a D12. I just remembered there is a D12 off to the right that you can barely see most of the time. There's no D12s that actually get used. Ooh. Wait, but no freeze? Blizzard does
After the
not
battle,
inflict freeze?
You finally reach what looks to be pirate treasure. Your hearts rate hundreds of colorful seashells, filling it to the brim. The room falls quiet as everyone stares at the chest with abject dejection, realizing the stories were no more than rumor. After a long moment of sulking, you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She points to the rocky wall behind the chest. Upon closer inspection, you realize that there's a crevice just wide enough for a person to squeeze through.
That was only a mini-boss. Okay.
Fight him off.
Ooh. I don't know if that picked up. I was trying to be a little quiet. because I can hear my roommates in the other room. Everybody frozen. They're probably just gonna die, but... Oh, not all of them are dead. One of them's very close. Well, they're both very close, and they're both gonna die in one more hit with double damage. I just realized. Oh, I know, it was Fila that's immune to freeze. Yeah, okay. I thought I had put the freeze resist ring on the character that is innately immune to freeze, but I guess not.
A droplet of water falls. Once the ripples upon the surface still, it feels as though time stops. All falls quiet. A beautiful underground lake. Its waters glimmering like crystal, stretches out before you in the cave's depths. Your collective breaths are taken away as you gaze upon the dazzling sight. The lake's light reflects in Fila's eyes, and she gently takes Hyde's hand in hers. "I'm so happy we can see this together," she whispers. Though you had come to the cave in search of treasure, you found something far more precious. You return to Coveton, basking in the afterglow of such a marvelous discovery.
That's new.
You arrive back at Coveton safe and sound. Ta-da, Fila says suddenly, pulling a crystal out of her pocket. Apparently, she took it from the cave so that Hyde could make them matching couples charms. With a sigh, her attendant agrees and says he will need to borrow the proper tools from the accessory shop. An air of gloom hangs over one corner of the village.
What a change in tone. God dang.
Asking a nearby fellow what happened, he explains a woman was attacked and killed by
What a
monsters
change.
outside the village. Talk is, the woman was
Fucking
wearing perfume from a foreign land.
instant
that
180.
drew the monsters to her.
Oh.
They only discovered it after the fact, but that perfume was actually some sort of juju expressly for attracting monsters.
Cool.
You recall the woman to whom you delivered the parcel you picked up. I should have better warned her, you think regrettably. Laddie gently places a hand to your back. You say a prayer for the woman's repose and quietly take your leave.
No side quest card for that? Okay. Granted, I have no clue if those are even in this game. Oh. Memories are a key item. Tried to, but didn't do too well about that. No, I don't.
Hyde asks you to wait outside while he enters the shop. Fila strikes up a conversation with Laddie while awaiting the other's return.
Oh,
The
shit.
endless stream
Shit.
of words makes you wonder.
Endless stream
when
of
the
words
maiden
makes you
has
wonder when the
time to
maiden has
breathe.
time to breathe. Okay. I just love the face he makes when crafting amulets. He always complains, but still goes along with whatever I say.
All Fila seems to talk about is Hyde. Nevertheless, she seems to have found an eager listener in Laddie, who nods with an elated smile. Hyde returns, completed couples charms in hand. The crystal charms look as impressive as any you would find in a shop, but Hyde's expression is grim. Apparently, he isn't as impressed by his handiwork as the rest of you. Fila takes one of the charms with a forlorn smile. "I'll wear it to the maiden's ritual," she says quietly.
Okay, I kinda guessed it from just the altar in the, Spirit Spire on Omega Island, but I get the
Hearing
feeling
the
that the
carefree
Maiden's
woman
ritual is
speak
going
of
to
the goal
involve
of
the
your
Maiden
journey,
dying.
You can't help but ask for more information. Fila explains that she'll be conducting the maiden's ritual soon. You wonder if it's all right for them to be gallivanting around like this, considering how important the ritual is to protecting the island. As promised, I'll let you borrow the relic, Fila says, changing the subject. But it's far too important for me to just hand it over to you. So, we're coming with.
Yeah, I
She
figured
smiles.
that was gonna...
Though it's obvious she's just looking to have some fun, you have no choice but to accept the new term. With the Maiden's relic finally secured, you and your unexpected new allies make for the Spire. Fila exclaims in excitement as she lays her eyes upon your vessel. How adorable! You grin, knowing full well that it is, and prepare for departure.
Um, yeah, I know. You already explained this. Hold on. How am I supposed to get this? If the game is not gonna let me use my boat here. Or this. Yoko Taro demands sacrifice.
Okay, hold up. You have to...
Wait, is that... I'm not sure if that line is getting cut off because I'm doing something or it's just not recorded properly. I'm gonna catch it this time.
You open your arms wide to catch some sort of item.
Oh.
You gladly accept it as a gift from heaven. Fight him off.
Why does the Hornet get to go first?
I don't know what it is, but there.
Kinda feel like...
A large chest floats in the water before you, no more than an arm's length away. You take hold of the chest and pull the board. When you do, the lid springs open and a monster leaps out, enraged that you have disturbed its slumber.
Yeah. I feel like if the DM is gonna have random lines throughout the game, they might want to make it so it doesn't get cut off by the player doing something.
After vanquishing
hey.
the beast, you peer inside the chest. You grin, realizing that your find may be able to aid you on your journey.
I got an antidote after forgetting to buy one still.
Ahoy, matey. It's like you can feel the sea breeze.
Wow, the DM's a fucking nerd. Who would have guessed?
You arrive back on Omega Isle. It's just as you left it, quiet and still, as if awaiting its inevitable destruction. How gloomy, Phila remarks, but her softly spoken words are swept away by the sea breeze.
Oh. hiccups. Okay, if we're gonna keep coming back here, I am gonna fill out the map here, because it's just gonna get annoying to me. Seeing it not filled in every time we come back. Welcome back, Emmy. That's a lot of egg.
You stand before the Maiden's altar again and ask Lack what you need to do here. Lack explains that Laddie couldn't become a maiden because of a problem in her heart. How would you even begin to solve a problem in someone's heart, you wonder, scratching your head in thought? Just as Lack begins to cast a mysterious spell. As if responding to the spell, the altar begins to glow. Now, go into the light, Lack commands. You do as you're told, having no choice but to obey the self-proclaimed spirit.
No, he only said that her heart has a problem.
When you come to, you realize that you must have fainted after being swallowed by the light. You gradually get your bearings, and your field of vision clears. You're in the Spirit Spire, or at least you're supposed to be. Something about it strikes you as strange. What happened, you ask Lack? Go outside and you'll see, it replies.
Oh. Thank you. Time to do it all again. Yep, only one that time. What the?
Once outside, you find yourselves in the heart's domain, the birthplace of human emotions. But is it light or darkness at its core? You stand in awe of the world before you. It's entirely black, as if someone took a brush and filled it from corner to corner with dark paint. This is Laddie's heart's domain, Lack says. Lack explains that it's a dream world created by her feelings. You can't believe that this is what's inside Laddie. Sweet, kind Laddie, who wears her heart on her sleeve. Laddie's gaze falls to the floor, perhaps in shock at seeing what's inside of her. Lack points south of the spire. Whatever is eating away at her heart is in that village, it said. Since Lack seems to know the lay of the land, you decide that following its advice is for the best.
I feel like I got something stuck in my eye.
Oh, this place is seriously
The first game
weird,
did
huh?
not have animated cards anywhere. So this is really weird to me.
A stela carved in the spirit's image. What's it doing here?
Anxiety Town? Are you... Wow, I wonder what the message of the game might be. Holy shit. Oh, this is new card backing. I love that it's holding one arm with its other arm. I'm gonna guess that these guys are resistant to dark, probably. Maybe? I probably should have used that on the other one because you can only have one status effect at a time. But it's dead anyway, so who fucking cares? I also really should have gone to Baron's house to rest first. That's a lot. I already tried thunder lightning damage on that one. Anxiety.
A shadow suddenly appears. It gazes at you with eerie yellow eyes and is cloaked in a hostile aura.
It's so subtle.
No choice but to fight.
Two of them with 50. Okay.
Show 'em what you got.
Most of the time the happenstance cards happen during boss fights, so... Hey. Fuck. There are going to be enemies with curse this early.
Magnificent.
Sick. Ow. Cool. The same thing twice in a row. I should have healed Laddie, not Baron. Sick.
Magnificent.
That's only gonna be... Oh, it only lasts for one hit. Shit. Okay, that's a lot of gold. And a lot of XP. How are we already... I think the max level in the first game was 40.
The shadow vanishes. But you can't shake the feeling that those final words were spoken in a girl's voice.
Anxiety Town.
Anxiety Town is shaped entirely by Laddie's woes. As such, even the most beautiful blossoms in the village have their thorns.
Oh my god. Well, it is... Oh wait, no, that doesn't mean anything. Never mind. I was gonna say something, but I realized it didn't matter. There are enemies here. Sick.
Fight 'em off.
Oh. Hey. 10. Oh, he only has 10. Okay. I get the feeling she's gonna level up after this, since she didn't in the last fight, but... Oh, sick. Oh, 3.
Magnificent.
I should have just used Lightning Strike. No? Do the other maidens... Yeah, they don't level. The maidens and their partners don't level. She's definitely going to die at the end of this. The maiden's ritual is absolutely gonna have her dying. Oh. Okay. I probably should have just not risked that and hit the one on the right for a better chance to kill it, but... My screen just cut out for a second. And I don't know what part of my equipment that might be an issue with. It wasn't the Elgato. Unless it was the video part of the Elgato out from the pass-through. But the audio was fine. Which... my audio monitoring is after the Elgato pass-through. So it was probably either the monitor or the audio extractor. Ah, sick. A crit.
Magnificent.
Okay, they're probably not going to be staying in the party. I do want to see her version of the duo attack before I get rid of them.
You did great.
I kind of wish the grayscale filter stayed on even in fights and applied to everything. But
fight him off.
They made a heart with the cards. For the... Fair. Cool. Just a dead end with nothing there.
Fortune favors the bold.
I should have hit the other one.
Fortune favors the bold.
You didn't need to say it twice, dude. I did it again. If I had to guess, I think it would be the audio extractor. Because I did buy a cheap Chinese one. I was expecting it to last more than like 3 weeks, though. That hurts. Oh my god, just... Please just die. Please die. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, okay. I have hit the limit. Yeah. I would imagine. If you're making a guide for how to do it perfect in fucking Ultra Kill of all things, I would imagine you'd be pretty good at the game.
You see a boy searching for something in the bushes. He tells you that he is looking for his runaway cat. He thinks the feline is hiding somewhere in the village, but seems distraught that he hasn't found it yet. You think it's a great idea, but the boy immediately shoots you down. My cat's afraid of heights, he says.
The answer is just nothing I say is gonna help.
Near a flower bed, he repeats, then suddenly bursts into tears. As the boy cries, you realize that what pours down his cheeks aren't tears, but what appear to be flower seeds. Okay, what in the world happened here?
You tell me, DM.
Show him what you got.
Miss?
The woman sighs deeply. When you ask her what's wrong, she laments that she can't find the right words for a love letter to win a certain man's favor. How can I explain my feelings for him? She ponders aloud.
I get the feeling the answer that
Brad places
actually...
her hand to her heart and smiles. It looks like she approves of your choice of words. However, the woman asks, "What sunshine?"
I get the feeling the
Apparently, they don't
choice
have
that
that.
actually progresses is going to be the one related to flowers, because that's the one that's been consistent.
Pure like flower, the woman begins, then suddenly looks nauseated. She contorts in pain as she spits something out. It's a flower bulb, one as big as your fist.
Yep,
The man
the
sighs deeply.
recurring option I
You
meant.
ask him what's wrong. He laments that he doesn't know what gift will help him win a certain woman's favor.
Wow. Flowers.
For some reason, the man's expression immediately contorts into one of fear. Suddenly, the man lets out a pained scream and collapses. You see blood-red petals stuffed into his mouth. Something seems amiss with the village. You had best prepare yourself, for anything could happen in this mysterious realm. After speaking with the villagers, you
Whoa.
realize they all live in fear of flowers. Perhaps there's something about the flower beds you're missing.
Oh, they literally make an X shape. Oh my god. Oh.
Fight them off.
Yeah, there it did 9 damage when 16 minus 6 is 10. Oh. Okay, at least at the moment, I don't see why I would use Baron's. At that time it did 12. Even though 10 or 16 minus 6 is 10. I don't know why I would use Baron's attack all when, at least with the items we have now, it would just do less damage for the same cost. Oh, that one's actually weak to something. Oh my god.
Beautiful flowers are in full bloom, though they seem no different than ordinary blossoms to you. The villagers obviously fear them. Laddie cautiously approaches, trembling with every step when a disquieting voice rings out just as a shockwave hits you. That's a heart scar, Lack shouts. No doubt.
This
referring to the
song
ominous light
is
suddenly
very
surrounding the flower
Keiichi
beds.
Okabe. Just immediately.
It appears to be what's eating away at this world. We have to close it, Fila says. You couldn't agree more. And reach out to touch the scar.
Crawler? Art Ager. I'm gonna look up what those mean. Also, I was gonna say, like, one of the other main complaints, really, even though it was extremely minor for the first game, was just that the story was just kind of generic fantasy. This is something. Trauer is grief, or sorrow, or sadness. Idio. That is not German. That is not German. L, that's not German. Oh, it's Odeo. Why does it still say it's German? It's not German. Ärger is anger. Third time. It's cut out. Okay, te odio is I hate in Spanish. Or hate, I guess. But it said specifically, I hate you. Not just hate. Oh, you're weak to water? Oh my god. Bruh. Actually, I don't remember if Monaco worked on this game. The company that Keiichi Okabe runs. Hi, Icy. Icy cute.
A giant shadow appears. Its yellow eyes glare at you, and you draw your weapon as if to deflect that narrowed gaze.
I don't know what Hopara means either. Thank you, Emmy. 120, okay. Yes, Emmy.
And
Emmy adorable. Oh, I just noticed it had 23 attack. I'm glad I fucking hit it with the attack down. I'm down to fight Emmy. Bruh. I don't have an AoE heal yet, except for the Omni Salve.
Magnificent.
Also, I think this is a different... I think this is a different narrator than the first game had. That's not a threat to Emmy. Cool. Well, all of hers use.
Magnificent.
Ooh. High roll. And a crit. Oh. Why did it zoom up? Why did it pan up like that? It usually only does that on a crit. Also, ow.
Excellent.
I guess it just pans up like that. Because the animation for it is kind of high up. Or goes kind of far up. But it doesn't really need to be panned up like that. Damn. Slick. Oh, and a crit. Resists water. Oh. Enemies with innate resist to damage types, I think, also are immune to the status effect related to it. Because that should have frozen. Okay, I mean, you're still gonna die. Yeah, I don't even need to worry about unsealing him. He's still gonna die. I wonder, it's been doing light damage more recently, even though it started with dark. I wonder if it would be weak to dark. I also didn't even try wind because Baron's attack was only barely above the defense value.
Within the shadow's final
Barely
words,
above the enemy
you
defense.
sense something. Laddie was born to be a maiden and was prepared to devote herself entirely to the Isle. But her lack of aptitude for the role disappointed everyone in the village.
Man, I wonder why this place is called Anxietown.
Ever since,
I wonder.
bitterness over her shortcomings has festered within the confines of her heart.
I wonder what the story's message
shadow
could
vanishes.
be.
And you decide to try and heal the heart scar. This is the reason you brought the Azure Maiden with you to this world. The relic must be the key. Lack nods, and Fila holds the Maiden's relic up to the heart scar. You heal the heart scar, restoring the village to its proper self. Your mission fulfilled, you decide to return to the world you came from. You see other areas painted black in the distance, and wonder if there may yet be other heart scars.
Probably.
Lack says that you'll need permission from Laddie to explore those places. Laddie looks puzzled. Apparently, not even she knows what's going on inside her heart.
Fourth time. I might just need to unplug all of the stuff and make sure it's plugged in, securely.
Lack's strange chant once again opens a door of light. It seems this altar is the bridge connecting the real world and the heart's domain. You make it safely back to the real world, but can barely wrap your heads around your surreal experience in the heart's domain. Laddie is fast asleep. You can only imagine how spiritually exhausting it must have been for her to be forced to have a change of heart like that. What an adventure, Fila exclaims, apparently thrilled to have had such a strange experience before the ritual. You thank the Azure Maiden for letting you borrow her precious relic. While
I
doing
figured
so,
someone was gonna
you
say it,
realize
but
that Laddie will also have to do the ritual someday if she becomes a maiden. You ask Fila if it would be possible for you to attend the Maiden's ritual. She seems unsure at first, but eventually agrees to let you come.
what? What? Amy, what are you talking about? Oh. I can just jump over the water. Oh, right, I can just... I can just walk off the pier. Bruh. Yeah, hugging any NPC spirit counts. I've only ever done it once before, so I guess I forgot to mention. Well, I've only ever finished a daily... No, I've finished dailies that required using an emote near a friend by emoting near NPC spirits. And I've done the hug a friend one with them before. I guess I just forgot to mention it. Sorry.
Congrats.
Sick. I'll take it. Killer frog. Just fucking stab him. Stab the small fluffy creature.
Nope, nope. I don't know what it is, but there's just something...
21 is a lot of damage in this game. Off stream am probably going to go fill in the entire main sea area map. I'm not gonna make people watch that on stream. I might stream it over Discord just to
I'm back. Fila
just to have something
to
to talk about,
gazes of her
or
fellow
just
villagers.
to be in
They seem
Discord
well
and
accustomed
talk
to
to
her
people.
gallivanting off on some adventure or another. Hyde suggests that you get some rest before the ritual, so you head to the inn.
Fully
Oh,
cooperation.
hi Maki. I am a little surprised you are still going. Uh... Hi, CJ. And I own no land, sorry. Fire Emblem is fun.
That night
Engage
at the
looks
inn,
really fun.
you get to thinking about the ritual. It's a right to protect the island, one passed down through generations of maidens. If Laddie becomes one, she'll have to do the same.
This game is very different narratively from the first one. One of the main things about the first one that I say main things, but it's still a really minor issue. Just the first one's story was kind of just generic fantasy. There's some shit going on in this one that you just missed.
Laddie, paying you no mind, gobbles down her food, occasionally choking on bread. Well, sweet dreams.
They also...
Fila and Hyde await you outside
They
the
also
inn.
let you have 4 party members in this game because instead of 3, like you could only have 3 in the first game, but there's...
Give me a drink, bartender.
Thank you for the follow, CJ. What used to be the 3rd party member slot is now taken up by other maidens, and all of the maidens have attendants, so their attendant comes with them. There's also duo attacks with the maidens and their attendants.
They tell you that in order to conduct the ritual, they have to visit the altar where the spirit is enshrined. To do so, you must go off the southern shore of the island.
And he's gone. Lack is gone. Crab.
A crowd of villagers gathers as your party is about to leave Coveton. A villager hands Fila a talisman, shaped like a fish. He says that it contains a spell to help you along the way to the altar, and a wish for the ritual success.
The story's setup also reminds me a bit too much of Tracking Guard 3. It makes me worried.
Villagers shower Fila with warm words of encouragement.
You have a maiden in your party. You're supposed to go find the other maidens. Then we were told that all of the maidens have an attendant with them that helps them somehow. And then the first pair that we met is also in love. And this game is directed by Yoko Taro.
Free-spirited Maiden's smile has uplifted the villagers'
Makes me
hearts.
concerned. This game is rated T for teen. I doubt it's going to be anything like what it was in Tracking Guard 3, but...
Thank you for always watching over me, she says, with the same bright smile.
This game
as
is not
always.
written by Yoko Taro, to be clear. Only directed by him. But there is some overlap with Tracking Guard 3. Very vaguely overlapping with some of the setup. Not much, though, still.
When you arrive at the shore, Hyde speaks. Now we go underwater.
I can't wait for the plot twist where Hyde ends up being a pigeon or a dove. They're the same thing, but people call them different things, even though they're the same.
Hyde explains that the talisman the townspeople gave them.
Can't wait for Hyde to actually turn out to be a
that
dove,
allows you
to
breathe
make it even more
underwater.
parallels to Tracking Guard 3.
Hyde explains that the temple where the ritual is carried out is underwater. That's why. Hyde sees that you still have your doubts. Let me show you instead, he says, then activates the magic talisman. Come on, follow me, Fila exclaims cheerfully. She and Hyde both dive underwater without a moment's hesitation. Laddie looks at the water apprehensively, and you can see her pondering her ability to swim. Before she can drown in self-doubt, though,
Wow, that pun.
you take her hand and follow Fila and Hyde's lead. Stop, we'll drown, Lack shouts. But you pay it no mind.
Pigeons are great.
Life seems to be one odd experience
Please be nice
after
to
the next
pigeons.
lately.
Those of you who live in cities.
Though you're underwater, you can breathe. You inhale deeply, but only air fills your lungs. Laddie stares in wide-eyed wonder at the colorful coral reef.
Be nice to
Myriad
animals in
fish
general,
swimming about.
but city pigeons do tend to be mistreated.
You find the seabed temple resting quietly at the bottom of the ocean. It's now a peaceful haven for sea creatures.
Oh my god. Please.
And fight.
Crab. The only... Okay, there's a few bugs that I am not going to require anybody to be nice to. Mantises are not one of them, though. Mantis, you still have to be nice to mantises. God, please die. crab. Lightning? Does the crab have lightning damage? Damn. Please. Hornets and wasps can get fucked, though. I don't care if you're mean to them.
From the window, you can see the few rays of sunlight that reach the sea floor, undulating in the current. Despite being submerged, the temple is filled with air. You can't help but wonder if this is the power of the spirit at work. In her ever-cheerful way, Fila explains that this is where Azure Maidens undertake the ocean trials.
Hornet Hollow Knight does not deserve being mean to.
Let's get going, she exclaims. Hyde watches as she leads the way, concern apparent in his eyes.
This is still chapter 1. I was gonna try to do a chapter each week, but this is still chapter 1.
A crystal is carved into the stela.
Okay. That's it? Just... there's a crystal.
Don't hold back.
The fish was not resistant to water. The crab isn't either. I don't get it. Oh boy, 2 damage from that crit.
The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle.
Okay.
And fight.
The one in the middle is resistant to water. Someone else has an AoE water attack. Okay. Get fucked. I guess. Oh, it's this one that has an AoE water attack. And he just kills both of them. Oh, only one of them. Never mind. Die. sea slug. Oh, hello.
Fight.
Uh... You guys are not weak to water for some reason, so...
Fortune favors the bold.
Oh my god, dude, shut up. Thank you, Emmy. I have been. Thank you, though. Only one this time. I mean, you can find out.
The door is sealed tight. The image of a crystal is carved into it. On further inspection, you see words inscribed as well, but they're faint. You can make out the words, "Touch the Stela." This must be the trial, Fila murmurs. You decide to look for clues to help her open the door.
I need to make that a text entry one. Oh hey, a chest. Another... I'll take an extra. Ow. Rude. Cool. Oh my god, that skill is kind of dumb. And it has an 80% chance of working? Why? My blinking has just stopped working. YouTube Studio just seems to be running really slow right now.
A temple is carved into the stela. Maybe I have to do it because it's my trial, Fila says, reaching out
Okay,
toward the
it's
stela.
doing now. It's working now.
Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light. But the area remains silent. Let me try again, Fila says. She then panics and replaces her. It appears the stela can be illuminated and darkened by the Azure Maiden's hand. A fish is carved into the stela. You decide that this isn't the stela you're looking for, and try to find another.
All of the ones on the left side had crystals. Oh, no, this one had a temple too. Huh. I guess I never interacted with this one.
The light dissipates, along with the light of the other stela. It appears you've made a mistake.
Oh.
The stela
Okay,
glows
there were
faintly.
two on the left side that
Touching
had
Fila
crystals.
touches the stela again, causing the light to
And the door
dissipate.
had a crystal on it. We were getting into the temple, so I thought it was going to be the temple stelas and the crystal ones. But I guess not. Just
Hear
the
a
crystal
noise in the
ones.
distance. It's the sound of the crystal door being unlocked. The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. When you look closely, you can see small
Oh.
words carved in. Hyde contemplates the words.
Yeah,
for a
I
moment
figured that out
and
already, Hyde.
speaks. We should try touching the stela with
Temple.
the crystal door is yet another door.
There's gonna be a third
this
door
one
with
is a carving
fish
of a temple.
on it.
You hear a noise in the distance. It's the sound of the temple door being unlocked.
Okay, no, there's not. There wasn't enough space left on the map for it. And I was right. I did have to do both the temple and the crystal one. It just wanted me to do the crystal one first.
There's nothing carved into the door, nor is there a keyhole. It appears to be sealed by a mysterious power. Upon scanning the area, you see another door. Perhaps it's worth looking into.
Well, two of you are resistant to water, so... Die. That one's a little a little much. Laddie.
You did great.
Or Lottie? It was Lottie.
There's a map carved into the door. Realizing that there is no keyhole, you figure it must be sealed by a mysterious
Wow.
power. You recognize the pattern from your own map. This is the South Aisle, you say. From behind you, you hear a door open. Sounds like we're being invited in, Fila remarks. You all exchange looks before heading toward the noise. Fila gently touches, but you don't hear a door open. There must be some other Stela you need to illuminate.
The Ivy? Hi, Cheeky. I hope you're doing well. How many of these are there gonna be? The Ibis? Why is there an Ibis on a Stela in an underwater temple?
Fight him off. Magnificent.
That has failed more times than it has succeeded, and it's supposed to have an 80% success rate. Some bullshit.
Excellent.
Okay, you can freeze even if they're resistant to the damage type. I have no clue why that freeze didn't work earlier.
When you do, you hear a distant sound. There's no doubt the door with the map carving has touching the stela seems to elicit no reaction at all.
Oh, hey. There's the second one. There's gonna be 3 rows of these now, aren't there? A siren?
Magnificent.
Oh, the resist earlier was for resisting the status, not the damage. It's not clear about that. She did not need... She could have just done her normal attack.
Magnificent.
Ow. Alright. Are you weak to wind? Yes. Okay. So I need to give Baron the other poison resist.
The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. You can see the following words carved into it.
The tower.
A lighthouse is carved in the center of the Isle. You wait a moment, but nothing seems to change. There must be other stela you need to illuminate. A star is carved in the center of the Isle. A boat is carved in the center of the Isle. A moon is
Yes.
carved on the west side of the aisle. You illuminate 2 stela, but the path remains closed.
This is gonna be
There
the
must be a
sun,
sun
because there's
is
no
carved on the
room
east
for any
side of the
more.
aisle. Fila, gently the light dissipates, along with the lights of the other stela. It appears you've made a mistake.
Oh, do I have to do them in order?
Fight him off.
They are weak to lightning. Or not weak. They use lightning. They're weak to wind. Okay. I do wish it was possible to use spells outside of fights to heal. Instead of having to use potions.
Fila gently touches the stela.
Okay,
And it
the order
releases a
mattered.
faint light. You can hear something crumbling. Then suddenly, seawater begins rushing into the room. As if the water isn't bad enough.
We've
a
been fighting
gigantic
these
and
guys. They're
terrifying
not that
snake-like
bad.
figure comes with it. The water threatens to knock you off balance. But you steady yourselves and prepare for battle.
Oh, there's 4 of them. And it's different art.
And fight.
This one has less health. Oh. My phone scared the shit out of me.
Fortune favors the bold.
You have to say that every time someone gets a crit. She's immune. She's also immune. I guess for status effects, resist is the same thing as immune. Oh, sick. I should have just used charge there. Although it still wouldn't have been enough for the AoE attack. Well... Oh my god, stop. This one on the left hopefully will die. Yeah.
Fortune favors the bold.
Every time. Bruh.
Fortune favors the bold.
My guy. It doesn't have to be every time.
Once the battle ends, the rushing waters calm. The trial in this room seems to be over. You might be able to find the path onward now.
How were Fila and Hyde supposed to do that with just the two of them?
The wall itself opens up like a door, revealing a room behind it. You wonder if this is where the water and monster from earlier were hiding. The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. There are no words carved in it. The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. This one doesn't seem to be booby-trapped.
Doesn't seem to be. Doesn't seem to be.
This door has been passed through for the ocean trials many a time. There are no words carved into it. You hear a mysterious voice echoing in your head. And then the door opens, as if inviting the maiden in.
Big yawn.
The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. It exudes a divine air. The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. There are traces of words, but they're illegible. The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. It looks old and weathered.
Wow. Ring of Protection.
The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of the Isle. It watches over the altar. You stand before the altar, where the ritual will take place. Grateful for helping her pass the ocean trials, Fila speaks to you and your allies one by one. We always had the best conversations, she tells Laddie with a smile. Laddie returns the
You've known
gesture.
me for like an
Thank you
hour,
for
maybe
showing me a
two.
strange new world, she says to Lack, who blushes ever so slightly. Finally, the Azure Maiden turns toward you with an earnest look in her eyes. Protect Laddie, she tells you.
It was Laddie, not Lottie.
Fila sees through your evasive reply and smiles, knowing that she can trust you. Before the ritual, the two hold each other without a word, sharing in their mutual warmth. The scene before you almost breaks your heart. It's as if the two are saying their final farewells.
I get the feeling that's because they are.
Fila climbs atop the altar, and the maiden's relic begins to shine, as if responding to the altar. Amidst the dazzling light, the Azure Maiden turns to you and speaks.
She's crying.
With those words, Fila transforms into light and journeys to where the spirit dwells. Her ceaseless smile remains on her face until the very last moment. The tears on her cheeks, however, tell a different story. The Azure Maiden's relic clatters to the altar. The ritual is over. Silence fills the room. Fila, the Azure Maiden, is gone. The sacrificial maiden's ritual, conducted to protect the island,
Wow.
has claimed her.
What a surprise.
You shift your gaze toward Laddie.
I didn't guess it the moment I
wonder
saw
if
an
she
altar in
embarked on
the
this
original
journey, knowing this harsh truth.
Spirits Spire on Omega Island.
A voice breaks the silence. The Azure attendant's spiteful laughter reverberates throughout the room. Neither you nor Laddie can
I
hide
also
how
sort of
shaken the
expected
man's
this,
sudden
but
transformation has you. You had expected sadness, not this. Your voice quivers as you ask. Hyde doesn't hesitate to answer your fearful question. Hyde tells you that the village forced him to be the maiden's attendant, regardless of his wishes. Attendants must follow the village customs and continue to serve the spirit summoned by the maiden during the ritual for their entire lives. Becoming an attendant forced him to give up on his childhood dream of becoming an accessory craftsman. Because of that, he abhorred the Azure Maiden from the bottom of his heart. Even so, he continued to play the role of the smiling lover that Fila desired. Hyde raises his fist overhead to smash his couple's charm, indelibly stained with his deep-seated feelings of hatred.
you
But he
did
cannot
come
bring
in
himself
like
to throw it
almost
down.
4 hours into the game, to be fair. I can...
The words of the sprightly young Azure Maiden echo in his mind.
The island that the main
Though
character
he should
and
have hated her.
Laddie are from is... It doesn't have a maiden, so it's destined to fall to ruin. So the two of them are going to the rest of the maidens to do the maiden's ritual to make Laddie a maiden, so that the island doesn't fall apart. They've said it was actually sinking under the ocean, but
He had been bewitched by her magical smile. The cries of the Azure attendant, filled with both hatred and sorrow, reverberate through the halls of the Seabed Temple forever and ever.
my guy just went insane. Okay. Okay, this song is very Keiichi Okabe. Monaco has had to have worked on this game. Yeah. Keiichi Okabe did work on it. Same composers for the first two games. Um, oh, two of the three worked on the third one, but not Keiichi Okabe. Oh yeah, the numbered cards are back. They're just not from side quests in this one. And I don't know how they're gonna do a true ending if the numbered cards are just gonna be from the main story. Because in the first game,
Hyde says, "Leave me be." Your group leaves him and re-emerges from the depths of the sea. Laddie grips Phila's Maiden's relic in hand. The Azure attendant entrusted it to you to help you on your journey. When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be... When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden in Hero's Dominion on an isle in the western...
they forgot to trim that voice line.
that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden in Hero's Dominion on an isle in the Western Ocean. That there...
3 minutes is way too much, but...
Group leaves him. To you. To ways. Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden. There was... hand. The Azure attendant entrusted it to you to help you on your journey. When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be... rumored.
And then he stops and says rumored, and then restarts, and they didn't trim it off.
You call out to Laddie, who is gazing forlornly at the Maiden's relic.
For a game...
And your group returns to your journey.
For a series titled after and so focused on the Game Master experience and his voicing, they kind of fucked up there. Hey, Link skill. Alright, I do want to look at Fila and Hyde's flip side stories. Okay, this one does have alt art, and it's the one of her crying as she gets fucking evaporated. And I'm guessing the flip side art for him is gonna be his hatred laugh. Oh. I mean, I was right about the art, but the lore on it was not something that we saw in game. Okay, I have got to stop there. I'm about an hour past how long I normally stream. I was not expecting chapter 1 to be that long. The puppet is Lack. He's the spirit for Omega Isle. Which we didn't see the spirit for the Azure spirit. We've seen the Stelas made to look like him, but we didn't actually see him. Well, Lack claims to be the spirit
And
for
fight.
Omega Isle. Or Island, whichever one it is.
Magnificent.
I don't know how they're intending to have Lack not fall behind really hard if they're not gonna allow him to be part of the party for so much of the game. He's already 5 levels behind Baron and Lati. I can words. But I really gotta not keep going. I do have some school stuff I need to do that I was not expecting this to take. I was not expecting chapter 1 of this game to take so long. It has been fun and really interesting, but just was not expecting it to take so long.